There's a bird over there.
To call this place evil implies a clarity of purpose that I do not want to attribute to anyone involved.
Oh my God! Come!
I just bought my land in the meadows. Now I'm getting paid cash with Atlas Earth. We got virtual land all across the globe. The next wave is digital, catch me on the way up. The glow up is visible, couple more. Watch mine gon' go up, it's about to go nuts. It's about to go nuts. Now I'm getting paid, running cash with Atlas Earth. Atlas Earth. Atlas Earth.
I thought about it as a BRB, but for some reason it never occurred to me to use it to start stream. Seems very silly, like a silly oversight in retrospect.
Birdie! Nice birdie!
Hey.
Good birdie!
Oh, hey, Viscoose. How you doing? FYI, everyone, Viscoose is one of the stewards of my regiment in Foxhole. And a good fellow. A very good fellow. I did. You'll be disappointed in me, Viscoose. I did tell people about, you know what? I'm just gonna play it again because I love it too much.
Works. I'm here to enforce the rules of works. Turbo has the claim of this field. H2DK is also in works. They're here to enforce the legitimacy of works and its bureaucracy. Alright?
Oh, it's 3 a.m. there. Okay, yeah, please rest. Good to see you, though. You are getting demoed. I have, to be fair, Warden drama is not nearly as bad as Collie drama. He's here to enforce the rules of works. It just works. But hello, everyone. Please show the image attached to that version of the video. Yeah, sure. It's pretty good. Ooh, I just got a private message that looks like one of those normal scams, right? Hey, I can do graphic design for your stream, right? Classic. It's a classic scam at this point. Just give me all the money up front. But yes, here is the image associated with it. He is here to enforce the rules of works. Okay, but there is... Oh, thank you for the 7 months, just follow the beat. Also, oh my god, there was a hype train. Plico, thank you for the 498 bits total. I'm gonna level with you guys. I was really overwhelmed yesterday, and so I spent most of the day just doing simple logistics in Foxhole. It was comfy. I needed a day. God. It was the first day that I had just allowed myself more than, I don't know, an hour to myself. Oh yes, Misa, we are absolutely going to be raiding Nick. Everyone understand, we are doing something pretty cool today, something that I've been rather excited to do, but we also are going to be raiding into Nick, who's doing his new model debut. It is very, very furry. Like, profoundly furry. Oh my goodness, you have no idea. How many runs did I do to the scrap field? I got a full queue of B-mats, and then I emptied some of them and filled it up again.
Guys,
and
don't listen to him. He's a furry.
Shut up. Yeah, Nick is. Yeah, you're talking about Nick, right? You're talking about Nick. You're talking about Nick. But I have over 24 hours worth of EMAT queue going because we had no EMATs in Maiden's Vale. I just went back and forth. I drove back and forth, and it was one of the comfiest things that I have done in recent memory. Gosh. Ender, I am, like, I am Scrooper, but I am also Manu. I am also Transport. I am all of them. I do everything now. I do want to do onboarding. It's nice not being quite as responsible for PC map production, right? It's nice being able to just get on Foxhole and chill, you know? No responsibilities, like except self-imposed ones. Ones that I just say, okay, I want to make sure that we have trucks, but other than that, I'm just going to look around and see what needs doing. And it's nice. It's very comfy. Although, there is a small update to the Foxhole drama we talked about. Remember when I said that... Remember when I said that there has been a civil war in the colonial backline over a single coal field, and that two very large regiments are feuding with one another and breaking each other's stuff constantly? Remember when I said, how dare you? Oh dear. Remember when I said that they had been feuding for literal days and that it was sucking up significant resources from the colonials? Well, I have some good news. They got everything resolved and they are cooperating nicely on the field. Nah, I'm just kidding. They're still fighting. They're like 4 days in and they still can't share the field. Apparently, one of the major disagreements they have is whether a field should be allowed to be public or private. The general sentiment in Foxhole is that everyone should be able to access a field if they are... no, just everyone should be able to access fields, right? Like, everyone should be able to get the resources. It is not realistic for a regiment to always clear the field and use all of it. Well, ACA doesn't believe in that. They want the private field. They want a private field. It is theirs. Now, the small update I want to give. Remember when I said that Cronus, the leader of WLL, the other feuding regiment, has some... One of the things I pointed out was that the incentive structure around this conflict is broken. Because Cronus Winter is the leader of WLL, which is a large public logistics regiment for the colonials. Well, large relatively, right? Like the public logistics that the wardens have is much bigger, right? It's much more well supported. But Cronus is the leader of WLL, but he's also a streamer. And this drama has brought in a lot of viewers and a lot of subs. Cronus is financially incentivized to keep this drama going for as long as possible. Am I saying that that is his, like, concerted conscious decision? I don't know. I cannot speak to what is in his brain. However, the incentive structure in place is to keep the drama going for as long as possible, or at least until the views and the subs die down and people get bored. I decided to peek in, just look at his stream, and he was having diplomatic discussions with some of the other people. And in the very brief 10 minutes that I listened this morning, he brought up subs twice. Oh, you can sub to my channel. Right? As he is having this diplomatic discussion, he speaks about subs out loud to this ACA member. He is conscious of this incentive structure. The demands that he was making also, you know, in the very brief moment that I heard, I'll put it this way. The way that he was conducting these diplomatic discussions did not make resolution sound like a priority. That is my outsider's perspective. One thing is for certain, this drama has made Cronus quite a bit of money. This is something going on in a video game. But it's complicated by the fact that the leader and these diplomatic discussions are being held in public as well, like on his stream. I thought that you all would appreciate that little update. The incentive, IRL money, as in subscriptions to his Twitch channel. This drama has netted him quite a bit of IRL money. When I say quite a bit, it's all relative, right? Like, we're not talking, like, huge amounts. Yeah, Hans, a little bit. Talking about Cronus a little bit. Yeah, he is. The point I'm making is that the incentive structure around this territorial dispute in the colonial backline, the incentive structure around it is bad because the leader of one of the factions is a streamer and has gotten a ton of subs, a ton of Twitch subs during all of this. And so he wants to drag this out as long as he can to keep getting subs and new viewers. And that is the incentive. Like, what he wants to do, I don't know. I can't speak to what he wants. But the incentive structure is there. I'm trying to be very careful with what I am saying because I don't want to say anything that is technically untrue. Speaking as a warden, someone on the opposite side, this is fantastic. When my enemies fight each other, I win. And we're doing great. Usually the wardens lose a lot of territory in the early war, but we're doing great this time, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with the colonial civil war. Just keep fighting, you guys. Just keep fighting. Yeah, just keep fighting each other. Just keep fighting each other. I'm sure it's not completely demolishing your front. I'm sure that it is not adversely affecting your side in the war. You must chill out your Twitch subs more like the person on the other side. Hey, anyone in FMAT want to hop on and like let me team kill you and then be like, hey, give me a subscriber. We could make a pretend civil war. Let's make a pretend civil war. Don't let the other win. That's yeah, exactly, Mont Blanc. Hey, Cronus, if you're listening to this, you should keep fighting over that coal field. That's your coal field. That is the public's coal field, and you should never let it go. In fact, you should dedicate more resources to securing that field for WLL. All of them. You should pull in other regiments to help you. Pull them off the front line. Pull them out of logistics and get them fighting over the coal field that is rightfully yours and the public's. Also, don't you dare, like, let people organize in Sigil. Don't you dare, like, let people try to work out claims on fields with each other. But this gets clipped, yeah. Yeah, the colleagues are in shambles as they are. Yeah, it's true. Now, okay, but for actual real, like, stepping outside of the metagame, nobody wants this, right? Like, it's a little funny, but you know what I want more than people feuding on the other side? I want people to play the game. I want people to play the video game. Like, I play, and I want a good fight. And you get a good fight when everyone is playing at their best. And civil wars like this kind of diminish everyone. It diminishes the game. It diminishes the fun. It takes veteran players and, like, burns them out. It's not good. It's just not good. Like, all joking aside, all metagaming aside, I'd really just... I would like it to be done. Please play. Please play the video game. As much as I joke, right? Mask off for a minute. Mad Wicked, it's been bad lately. Welcome in, Aluminum. Anyways.
Works. I'm here to enforce the rules of works.
We should have that as a, as an audio clip. Like, as a sound alert. I'm here to enforce the rules of works. It would be very niche. Yeah, Ender, yeah, I saw. There's not a lot that can be done. Thank you for the bits. Wait a minute, Oh, shoot. People's messages aren't going through. 1 second. Chanton, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. It's okay. This isn't quite Eve level, right? This isn't Eve level drama, where people are talking about cutting each other's power. It helps that there are no MVPs. Like, nobody has, like, really big assets. You know, like, you have group stockpiles. There's no point where, like, oh no, this person can't get onto the game and therefore we have lost the one thing that is keeping us in the fight. Nah, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that in Foxhole. It's nothing to be gained. Worse than cutting power. I don't think... Again, Foxhole isn't really that kind of game. Like, I can't see that happening in Foxhole. No, I would say Foxhole's not that kind of game. Also, I got a VTS Pog working. And yeah, Ender, yeah, it's not good for the health of the game. Civil wars like this aren't good. Now, start a Foxhole casino. Bet your comps. I even did some comp mining, by the way. We'll have a little over 100 RMATs. Did a little bit of mining. Vex pointed something out, by the way. Right, so this is an ongoing thing, this Foxhole drama. But Vex pointed out another twisted part of the incentive structure for the leader of WLL. This drama is dying down. It got the leader of WLL like 600 viewers or something, which is much more than he typically gets. But the viewership and the subscribers are diminishing. What if the lesson he learns from this is that drama is good for stream? What if the lesson he learns is that intrafactional conflict is good for his stream? He has a lot of people underneath him. Hey. We'll see. That's kind of the big thing. With the again, like, I have no idea what he's going to do. I have no idea. All I know is what the incentive structure looks like. And right now, he's being incentivized to continue more drama. To create new drama. I hope that he doesn't, but he might. He certainly is incentivized to do so. Vex was the one that pointed that out. I feel like Vex is very wise. We'll see how exhausting it is to him. We'll see what he's willing to do and what he wants. Ika Pika. Nah, I just want to play the video game. I like it. I'm wee babby. Is money worth the tedium? I don't know. Up to him. I just found that perspective interesting, and that possibility is concerning, because Foxhole is a game that I love. Having fun. Having fun. Should we start naming our trains? Yes. Hey chat. Hey chat. You guys have some suggestions for names we should give to our trains? And no, Trainy McTrainface will not be considered. We're not doing a poll. I know how internet polls go. Biggest Tutus. Chuma. Fatus Nutus. I've helped a little bit with trains, and I use trains, but... Astral Train. Oh my god. Hans. That's the name. Astral. I need to explain something. You guys ready for a little bit of Spaghetti Bob? You guys ready to learn something very specific and very niche? So, Mike had an idea. With all of the, like, weird, gross AI slop, he had an idea. Oh, hold on. Astral Train, Roni, score Mike. Here we go. Oh, it has a hashtag. Okay, good. Mike decided he was going... Oh my god, wait a minute. So his idea was to make a gacha game that consisted entirely of trains with massive tits. And he called it Astral Train, totally unrelated to Honkai Star Rail. And so he made an account for it. The official Twitter of Astral Train. All of these were made by Midjourney, I think it was. And they were awful. So here you have Astral Train, Amigara. This steamy gal's hole was made for you. One in 1 in 246,746,802 chance to pull in the new $3,000 Cabooser Juicer Pack. Milk quotient 3. Stack type full.
I hate this. It is revolting.
More?
Please.
Yeah. This is revolting. Fuel source, spaghetti. Cup size, DDR. There are a lot of these. However, okay, so this was AI, but then other people started actually drawing them. Like drawing new trains for ASTRALINE. Like this. Rin. It's 1:46 a.m. and I'm too tired to write an esoteric advertisement for this spooky train that will suck you dry. Can you guess where the blood goes? You won't escape her hunger. Your taxes will be exposed as well as your penis. Mike had a channel on the Discord specifically for people to make these. Good. Stack type, thirsty. Let me see. Let me see if I can... Oh, yeah. Look at this. A plucky cable car with ambitions larger than her cables can carry. Often tagging along with the astral trains, Carrie utilizes her extensive knowledge of train lore to prove herself useful. She won't admit it herself, but Carrie is envious of the astral trains and wishes she had a milk quotient of her own. This has led to somewhat of an inferiority complex. Being that her face is part of the car's entrance, opening her doors for riders causes her excruciating pain. Luckily, humans mistake Carrie's blood-curdling streams for the hiss of hydraulics. The funny thing is, all of this, what I have heard described as creative misuse of AI.
She's just like me, FR.
Yeah, TB, same. Thanks for the 32 months. I feel like stuff like this has actually exposed, like, the shittiness of it more than anything. This one is particularly bad to me, and I don't know why. I can't explain it, but this one. Barolina. Announcing the $999.99 Wish Box. This box guarantees a chance to pull the busty Barolina. Repeat pulls are converted into Coomstones for use at the observatory. Where are her hands? Why, in the train? This is Invoke AI. Oh boy. I like that the description is just Lorem Ipsum Dolor. This mic bit was already bad. Yeah, the AI art really makes it bad. Like this image generation.
Good old machine-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Just what I could use today.
It always comes back to it. Thank you for the 25 months of Viking Wolf Himbo. Cup size, GG. A milk quotient of 7. Can't pass that up. I like how the stats mean nothing. Relationship status is improved when the conductor trains their summon, or by spending cumstones. Like how they spelled it differently. Goth Rail Friend. Goth Rail Friend is pretty good. So yes, anyways, step out of the way, Honkai Star Rail. Astral Train is pulling into station. It went on like this for months. It takes place on the planet Goon. I did not know that. That makes me so happy. Why did he not say goodbye to Goon? Oh, you know what? I just realized. Titan AE Goon. I'm gonna level with you. The character Goon from Titan AE does kind... If you told me that this character was a Gooner, I'd believe you. Their name is literally Goon. Goon is very good. We appreciate Goon. If I told Mike that there is literally a character named Goon, I think he would die. Titan AE was great, by the way. I really enjoyed that movie. I remember your introduction to Goon is... I think he was a he? Let me look. Don Bluth Wiki. He, yeah. Oh, same voice actor as Sid from Ice Age. Okay, that feels weirdly specific. But no, Goon... Yeah, it's that scene, right? He shows them this little contraption. He says... I made it, what is it, like, he said, I made it in my sleep. I put a button on top, I want to press it, but I don't know what it will do. He is so precious. Goon is important, and I will protect him. If anything happens to Goon, I am killing everyone in this room and then myself. I love him. Hold on, I bet I can pull up the scene. Hold on. I wonder if someone uploaded the clip. Here we go. Button. Yes. Okay.
Multiply.
Yeah, yes. I love Goon. Look it.
Multiply by the coefficient of the friction. Apply the necessary force. Ooh. Look at that. Does this look familiar? Do you know what it is? Neither do I. I made it last night in my sleep. Apparently I used Kindrogak. Highly unstable. I put a button on it. Yes, I wish to press it, but I'm not sure what will happen if I do.
I love him so much. That animation is so beautiful. Underrated film. Is it a great film? An amazing film? No. But I love it. I personally love it a lot. It makes me happy. It's also gorgeous. Oh my god, the animation was so good. One of the first films to really blend 3D and 2D animation well. Box office bomb. Yep. Oh yeah, I've seen Treasure Planet. I love Treasure Planet too. I feel like those two films kind of get lumped together a lot. I get why. They're both good though. Treasure Planet got done dirty. That movie got buried on purpose. My understanding of Treasure Planet is that the director was told, if you make these movies, we'll let you make whatever you want. Like, we'll give you one movie to do whatever you want. And then when he finally got his chance, the studio specifically buried it. Right? Treasure Planet was the movie he wanted to make. like, for a decade. Then when he got the chance, Disney just buried it underneath another big box office release. No, not... What was that? The Hungarian treasure planet? Not that one. When I say treasure planet, is it Bulgarian? When I say treasure planet, I do not mean this one. This one.
Go away and leave me alone, black dog.
This is not the treasure planet that I'm talking about. I hope that some kid is told by their parent that Treasure Planet is a lovely, amazing movie, and so they go online to look it up and they find this. And they start thinking that their parent is senile. I hope that that's what happens. Yeah, there are two possibilities. Either they think that their parent is senile, or this is spot on for Gen Z humor. We have Treasure Planet at home. Literally. What year was this released? I forget. Oh yeah, Zubumafu. I never really got into Zubumafu. I remember being little and like... I remember watching the Krat Brothers. And then I remember liking that quite a bit. And then they released Zubumafu and it felt like a step down, right? Like I was aging, but then they made a show for even younger children. So I didn't ever get that into Zubumafu. Maybe for a little while. The Krat Brothers, yeah. Chris and Miles Krat? Or something? Oh yeah, Ender. Yeah, I think that if we were to watch Bulgarian Treasure Planet on stream, then we'll have to like cut out a bit. We'll have to censor it a little bit. Maybe we can do some Froggy censor again. We did watch it with Chai a long time ago. That was a while ago. I'd be willing to watch it again, though. Soviet Treasure Island. There is a charm to old Soviet animation. I can't explain it. A clip from the Disney one. Oh, okay. Nah, I don't want to invoke Disney. Hey, I had a thought. There is a game that was released a little bit ago called Clickolding, made by Xavier Nelson. Well, you know, his studio. It's not like he made the whole thing, to my knowledge. What if we nabbed that and played it on stream real quick? Please, let's play it. It's so uncomfortable, it rules. You know what? why don't you guys want to play it today? So the Goodreads reviews are probably going to last hour, 2 hours, but we're going to be going until 3:30. Like, we're going to be going for another, like, about 3 hours so that we can rate into Nick's model debut. Oh my god, you guys. This has been in the works for a while and it looks amazing. 40 minutes. Yeah, let's do it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it right now. I am purchasing it as we speak. Alright, I bought it. Click holding. Install 1.5 gigs. This will not take long. Hopefully it won't mess with my stream. No drop frames. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Is it ruining everything? Oh, I'm like twitching. Uh-oh. This is a fascinating side effect. Wouldn't have expected it to do this. Don't pet me while I'm in distress. Owlmen only do this when they're in distress. This game demands you only have it open and give it your full attention. Okay. Wait. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. Game's done. Alright. Now we're gonna play this. We're gonna do it right now. I have pretty fast internet. We are doing Goodreads, but we're going to do it in a minute. I want to play Click Holding first. This game interests me, and it's very short. Okay, I'm launching it. I'm going to turn down desktop audio to make sure it doesn't blow people's ears out. And matured themes and imagery. Okay. Please note that Click Holding is a bite-sized experience around 30 to 40 minutes in length and contains mature themes and imagery. Okay. Game capture. Oh, yes. You will find that there is no such thing as a normal stream here. Just by the way. Nothing here is normal. There is no stream where things just go nicely. When we play Dwarf Fortress, we end up having 2 streamers fighting. Welcome in, Lipstick. It only gets weirder. Okay. Let me check the settings. Okay. Is the audio? Audio seems good. Just a normal stream. Yeah, where we try to emulate a normal streamer. That would actually be a great stream idea, where we try to emulate a normal streamer. All right. Let's see. Oh. Hi. You know why you're here. Yeah? Alright. You alright, bro? Game's loud? Let me turn down desktop audio. Already tense, I'm feeling it. You're a slow clicker. I appreciate that. Oh. The money's nearby. $14,000 cash. That's what you said you needed for the operation. Oh. That tally counter resets at 10,000 clicks. When it resets, you get the money. Okay. That's the deal. This is actually a deal that they worked out with Logitech to try to get people to run through their mice faster. I didn't know if you'd come alone. What? What? Variety. No. No, I hate that. Okay. Is he still watching me? Yeah, he's just watching me. What the hell? Is this your first time? I mean, I've played with clickers like this before, but I can't say I've done so to completion. Cold, temperate. It's my first time doing something like this. Yeah? I cannot go in the bathroom. I'm using 2 fingers now. That clicker means a lot, yeah? We are a click hooker. You guys, we're... You like it, don't you? Yeah, no, this is horny. Why is this horny? I just need to get to 10,000 and I get my money. I could be home in bed. Clicking it on your own? Was he counting my clicks? We're so close. To 1,000, not to 10,000. Yeah. 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 No jizz state. Yeah, he just nutted. Are you satisfied with your life, I mean? I don't know, it's pretty good. Straight, when I'm at the club clicking it. And when I say it, let's just say I mean my clicker. What is that painting? Does anyone know what painting that is? Don't answer that question. Oh, is Mochi in the way? Come here. Sit in my lap. I don't trust you around this guy. Don't look. Even if you're already looking away, don't turn around. Okay, I thought there was going to be something messed up. I want to get this done. I'm working on it, dude. I'm doing the shaking method. You get paid. Yeah, I know. I need to quit. No, No, come on. I was turboing. Fine. Oh, I can auto-click just by holding it. That feels wrong, though.
Oh my God!
Stop! I am gonna click however I like. It's kind of hard to do it. My mouse button isn't big enough. Clicking for a long time pulls from you, makes you ask questions. 2,000. We're only a fifth of the way there. You're good at this.
Well, this is cool.
Oh my god, as in clickle, like he can't click it the way that it deserves. This is legitimately uncomfortable. Oh. There's some weird puppies out there, you know. All kinds of judgments. What is he reaching for? got all this money. I think he was saying, like... I think he was saying he was worried that he would hire someone and they'd be bad. Right? He's saying... It doesn't know it hurts people. No, he was just... he pulled out the gun to show that, like... If he pulled someone... Wait, oh. Oh, no. There. So he pulled out the gun in reference to the fact that he could, like, someone could have, like, taken advantage of him, tried to rob him, but he was showing he was armed to defend himself, but he's like, oh, well, you're okay. There's some, like, he was saying there's some sick puppies out there. Cash is underneath the bed. Well, I mean, there's no way I'm just gonna grab it and run. He's got a gun. And we don't know what his intentions are. A gun can be for self-defense, but can be for a lot of other things. Found it. That was quick. Yeah, dude. I eat the garbage. What? The alarm. Not this. Which alarm? Here. Experimenting. Yeah, you're just experimenting with experience. I see. The way that you can't anymore. You have to experience things vicariously. Yeah, alright. Don't think so. Sorry, man. It's like God can't hear you anymore if you're quiet enough. Yeah? How's the volume, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet? I am so tense right now. There is something kind of beautiful, right? We're both here. We're both here, and we... Can we really judge one another if we're both here? I wonder if that's why people are drawn... That was the point I was making, Ink Leader. Like, Logitech made a deal. I got close. What? Don't pet me during this. Yeah. Oh, you can see him clenching his fist on the side. It's interesting how the mask really changes his aspect. Like, he looks he looks like a normal man from this perspective. But you see the mask and it's like it transforms his entire body. Dude, you gotta stop sucking on snooze. It's not good for you, it's gross. The sounds and proportions make it worse. Yeah. Just if you cover up his face, he looks so normal. Okay. Hey, I'm over here. Something. In here. Can't sit down on the bed over here. I think that clicking this little incrementer, this counter, was just kind of a tick he had, but now his whatever illness he has doesn't let him anymore. But the thing is, wait a minute. Remember what he said about our hands being very similar. And we are ill as well, right? We're here for money for a surgery. Did he pick us because we're similar? Like, he picked us because, like, he did kind of say that, right? Like, he picked us because we're similar. But he says he can't do it right anymore. Again. Wants to be the dream man, yeah. He's not interesting that he isn't looking for the dream man. He's looking for the space. He reached behind his eyes. It's like he keeps adjusting himself like he's uncomfortable. His breathing animation is so uncomfortable. Oh. I mean, he's right. It does feel like it shouldn't be here. It's too much. Yeah, Dunwalls. Slow down for me. Ha 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 ha. Dies of click. Mike should play this. I want to see how Mike interacts with this game. I'm mostly unsettled. A 50 caliber round to the skull. Yeah, Sir Crow? He'd get mad. What does he mean? Why is he so vague? Lines that go... Yeah, this game consists entirely of lines that go hard. My hand needs a break.
2 years, and yet I still come into stream and never can predict what I will find. Never change.
Good. Thanks for the 2 years, Aqua Monster. And you know what? That's good. This has I feel like Inscription?
Big gay balls.
Thanks to the 33 months protector of poop. I'm glad to see the fecal army is still going strong. Inscription and Buckshot Roulette and this game all have the same sort of unsettling vibe, and I understand that there are some similar controls and the way you look around is similar. Who's the fecal general? I love Buckshot Roulette. Giga. The addiction of Buckshot Roulette, the taboo of this, yeah. Man, I want my $14,000 and I want to get out of here. 4/5 of the way there, over. Yeah, he's just vibing. You think he's just gotten used to it? He's hit his stride? You're married? And a daughter. And a son. Son's 3. Daughter's 8. You waited. Wanted them to help raise each other. Yeah. It's a compulsion. A compulsion outside of societal demand, right? That's a pretty major theme of this already, compulsion. He was compelled. And even he doesn't really seem to know why. I feel like we're both here. Like, I know... It's interesting, isn't it? Our character knows why he's here. Mostly. He's here for a purpose. But this man? He doesn't know. And there's that liminality to it. A hotel is also a bit of a liminal space, right? Like, you're not there forever. You're there in the in-between times. A hotel room is not a place that you go to so that you can stay there. You're there so that you can go somewhere else. It is transitory. It's weird to stay in a hotel room while awake, yeah. Even when you're waiting, you tend to want to go elsewhere. You don't get to keep your dreams of family. Not unless you keep it private. Or you're willing to cause harm. I'm gonna step this way. Guess you could kill it. It's one way to keep a dream. You can bury it wherever you want. I need to do this now. Get out. Get out. I don't care if my Oh no. Are you going to kill me to keep the dream alive? Why do we need to know this? Jesus.
Oh my God!
Howdy, folks. Chad and Shakespeare's. Don't know if you've heard of us before, but how's everyone doing tonight? We've got a little song here about the end of the world. Kiss me, the world is ending. Kiss me and send me flying. Kiss me 'cause we are dying today. Yes, today. Tell me your deepest secret. Tell me I'll hold and keep it. Promise that
What do you mean there's Twitch integration?
need it today. No, today. Today there's no pretenses. Today I've no defenses. No, I love today. Today my heart is beating and I've joy though it is fleeting.
Wait, Trevor? What's Trevor Henderson doing here?
I love today, day.
Nobody say I shot a guy.
So since there's no tomorrow, I'll leave off feeling sorrow. I'll take
Nobody say I shot a guy.
borrow today. How's that?
How's that?
You guys like it? Thank you. Take your loved ones home and have a wonderful weekend.
I suppose I didn't have to get to 10,000, but wait, what?
Stay super freaky, have great vagina. I love ya.
Aw. What? Wait. Wait, what? It's true, this does fit Nick's, like, if this is pre-stream for Nick... It feels wrong. I feel like I should be the one clicking it. I wouldn't say that this is liminal. What's happening isn't. No worries, Shoosh. Do what you gotta do. The painting, remember what he said. It doesn't belong here. Yahoo! Yahoo! Yah! $1,000? Wait, I can get up. When could I get up? Thanks for the 19 months. No. What? His head is just... No, he's... The money's under the bed. Okay, this is getting weirder. His attention that matters, not theirs. Profoundly selfish. He's compelled to ruin his life. You mean me? He's talking to me now. Anyway. Sorry, he just said something. No, we're not doing another 10K. He just said something that kind of got under my skin. The content goes up to 1 million clicks. I'm not doing that. I do have an auto clicker. What he said was, there is no innocent contact. No matter what you do, when you encounter someone else, you have an effect. Yeah, it is butterfly effecty. You don't get to choose your impact. When you interact with someone, it has been a stream topic, it's true. It is something that I already believe. But I don't believe, what I have said is I don't believe you get to choose your legacy. But he makes a point, you don't get to choose the impact that you have on someone else. Well, Sir Crow, that's kind of the point he's making, isn't it? That no matter what kind of contact you have, right? He believed his contact to be benign. But it wasn't. You can think that contact you have is benign. You can think it is. You can hope it is. You can justify it, but it's not. Yeah, Skull. The person who offered us the $14,000, he clearly made a mask based on this man's face. Watching this segment while you have to click a tally counter. I see. The mask created a separation between us and him as well. So here we have layers of separation, not only... Hold on. Can we grab the money? He said that the money is under the bed. I can't get it from here. No, that just gets up. Is it possible for me to get the money? The money doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter to me, but I'm the person behind him. You can linger on the unknown impact of what you do for an eternity. Or, like, you can keep clicking that button, but do you get anything for either? It draws an interesting moral dilemma, doesn't it? The moral dilemma here is that nothing... The frustrating thing... So, there are two things that were said, right? There were two lines in this that together, I think, form a thesis statement. One was that the man, right? The mysterious man doesn't visit people anymore because he is worried, like, he saw that he had an impact on someone and so he froze. But then we do get a response. There's something kind of weird. Okay, structurally the game does something weird. The game offers an answer and then a question. The question is posed second by the mysterious man. The question is, and it's not literally spoken, but he says after someone remembered him, he stopped visiting people. So the question implied there is, are you responsible for the things that you don't intend to do? There is the idea of intention. But then the masked man, he replies, right? Like, because realistically, in the timeline of the game, the man approaches him, and then the situation itself proposes a question. And then the reply from this man, from the man who offers you, the click holder, his answer is, the only way that there are a few ways to keep a dream. I think that his answer is buried in there. He says that when you marry and you have kids, you have to, the only way to keep a dream alive is to keep it private or to hurt someone. To keep a dream alive, you have to be willing to hurt people. I think it's more than that, Brobold. A game does, like... I think that there is a gag on the surface, but I think that that's just on the surface. I think that... living... I think that overall, if the question is it okay to continue doing things if you know that the effects, even if not intentional, will not be benign? The response from the man who gives you the clicker is exactly Mont Blanc. You have to keep it private, you have to hurt people, or you have to kill the dream. But he says that killing a dream is another way of keeping it. Which is a peculiar way of saying it, right? You think, oh, if you kill it, then it is a way of keeping it. This is one of those things that I think I'm going to have to sit on for a little while, because it was just kind of weird and interesting, and then there were a couple of lines that really got under my skin. By the way, I do apologize for being so silent through so much of that. There were just moments where I felt like I needed to think. I'm not very good at talking and thinking. I'm not good at talking through my thoughts. I'm better at experiencing something and thinking about it and then speaking on it. Better at talking after the fact, when I've had time to collate my thoughts. Dream in this case, right, is it's not dream in the sense of an anime. Dream is a desire or a compulsion, right? Dream is the word dream is doing. Did I say come? Who did that? Why? But I think that you were just thinking about come. You know what? Valid. If your dream is come, you go and get it. Chase your dreams. Don't worry about hurting other people. But one of the core ideas is there is no such thing as an interaction with someone that does not have an impact. I think that there is this hopeful idea. I think that this game, I think that clickholding exists in direct contrast to the people who say the universe resonates with whatever energy you put out into it. Right? That's the smiley face version of it. That's the hippie version of it. And I think that this game specifically rebukes that. It rebukes that idea. There are no innocent interactions. Exactly, Iron Fox. You don't get to just have an interaction that means nothing. You don't just get to say, oh, the interaction, I didn't mean anything by it, so nothing happened. No, just by doing something, by being perceived, by your actions being perceived, you are impacting and potentially hurting others. There is a positive angle to this, right? Oh, maybe something I do will accidentally have a positive impact on someone, but that's not what this game cares about. What it cares about is the potential harm that you cause. It is a game about harm. I was finishing my matcha. Sir Crow, I think that the point is you don't get to choose the outcome of your actions. This game has an unpopular opinion on the trolley problem. Yes. I think that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, Aquamonster, and that's fine. I think that there are lots of readings of the game. I think that the game had a lot of different avenues, ideas that it was exploring. I'm simply sharing the one that leapt out to me because I just played the game, and I have had like 30 seconds to think about it. So you're going to get my off-the-cuff reactions and the things that were immediately important to me. Also, I'm the streamer, so I get to talk about what I want. I get to talk about the things that built up a reaction in me. Nerd Destroyer, you came right as we were finishing a peculiar little indie game called Clickolding. Yeah, Captus, we are in a golden age of indie games. I was having a conversation with someone about this at, oh, by the way, anonymous gift, like someone gifted a sub to Click Me Harder. Hey, don't pet me when We are in a golden age of indie. There are such amazing little indie experiences. There are big indie experiences. There are studios that are medium-sized that are making fantastic games. There are little groups of people making games with tons of replayability, and there are some people making games that last for like 40 minutes. And are selling them for $3 on Steam. Yeah, Sir Crow, you are allowed to disagree with a piece of media. To be clear, by the way, agreeing with my opinions is not a prerequisite for being here or even enjoying my stream. You are allowed to disagree with me radically. And if you do, that's fine. I am not going to be mad at you for disagreeing with me. Wrong think will be punished. 3Jane, I agree. There are amazing games. There are so many good games constantly being made. Yeah. The problem is that some people get addicted to AAA and they think that there's nothing outside of it. Once people, like, I was talking with someone at the tea festival, like, we were invited to come and sit down and just have tea and chat. And the person I was chatting with seemed to believe that there was no... She couldn't conceive of games that weren't AAA. It seemed that way. Like, if it's not made by a bigger studio, it's almost like it's not a real game. The game that she kept coming back to was Manor Lords, right? Because it's a game that emulates AAA games. And as someone who almost exclusively plays indies, okay, I play indies and I play Paradox games and I play Total War. Right. Those are a little bit on the outskirts, right? In terms of general recognition. And Minecraft. I play Minecraft. I play a few Paradox games. The game I really... I play Foxhole. Foxhole is like my big one. No, Foxhole is very indie. Are you kidding me? Foxhole is extremely indie. Yeah, Lunar Ablaze. It is kind of interesting, isn't it? The way that people can perceive gaming. It's sort of like how some people see movies as only being stuff that, like, Disney produces. Right? Disney are the people what make movies. And everything else is on the periphery, right? If it's not Marvel. They've been convinced that that's all there is, when there are such incredible indie games. Indie being... Like, indie is also a weird term. Indie has kind of lost its meaning over time. Punch Tiger, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, it is similar to the idea of cartoons are made for children. All cartoons are made for children, and you show, like, there are some people who, I know someone like this. If you showed him something like Elfenlied, right? They would still think that, anime is cartoons and cartoons are for kids. Doesn't matter. Is there a quadruple A game yet that was good? I mean, I think there's only one game that claimed to be quadruple A, and that was... Oh, what was it? What was it called? I don't even remember what it was called. It was the pirate game. Elfenlied's immature? I haven't seen it. I just know that it's gory as hell. Skull and Bones, thank you. That's how little of an impact that game made on me. That game died. Like, isn't that game properly dead? Hold on, let me recalibrate. Wait, it didn't do it. Damn it. I should play more indie games on stream. I think that'd be nice. I want to play Cobalt Core really badly. The problem is, I get the strong sensation that Cobalt Core is going to make me cry, and I don't want to cry on stream. Oh, I played Papers, Please. I adore Papers, Please. CG Projekt Red jokingly said they will make a quintuple A game next. Good. Okay. Play Presentable. I don't know that one. I need to get through the games that I already have. Like, if I look on deck. Oh, I need to play Lisa. I still haven't played Lisa. Lisa the Painful. And Space Warlord. I should be more willing to play video games on my stream. Maybe we should do that every so often. Have a day dedicated to a weird indie title that piqued my interest. Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. Oh! I'm clapping like a seal because I remembered something. Guys. Guess what? Remember how I said that there was a countdown on the Forever Winter website? Like, Forever Winter is a game I'm super excited for. Let me, pull this up for those of you who missed it. There's some big news. There's some big news. 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 Big. 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 Here. Check it out. This only has 6.4 thousand views. Are you kidding me? The announcement got like no attention. Look at this. Okay. I'm yelling. That is not comfy. I'm kind of sorry. Okay, look. Hee. Beta! There's a beta coming! There's a beta coming! They're doing a beta of the Forever Winter! Ah! Beta is coming. Ah! 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 Beta! I'm so excited. Is the beta you? Shut the fuck up. Ban that man.
News
I'm so
flash.
excited.
Forever Beta excited for Forever Beta.
Shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me? Forever Beta, excited for Forever Beta. Eat my cloaca. But yes, I am very excited. No, I did. There's talking in this, and I just kind of wanted to like let the gameplay show. This is an indie game, by the way. This is a studio of like 30 people. Mochi can't see. Here, give you a little boost. There. Forever Gamma. What? What is a gamma? Grabby. Power to the indies. It's like Foxhole only in the sense that, oh, look at this most replayed. This is one of the most replayed clips. I showed this to my sister-in-law, and these were easily her favorite part of it. Here, these things. They go through and collect the bodies of the wounded and dead. And then abscond with their organs. Why am I excited about it? Okay, yeah, as someone who's never heard about it. The Forever Winter is a game where you play... The whole idea of it is you are not this guy, like... You are not... Let me see if I can find... You are not a big warrior. Like, you are not this guy. You're not this guy. You're this guy. You play as a scavenger on an active battlefield. There are two sides that are warring over, like, now decaying Los Angeles, right? A futuristic Los Angeles, like, right? Like it became a mega city, and then there was a war, and then it's just being torn apart. And you go onto the battlefield and you scavenge this active battlefield. It is a 4-player co-op. It's PV. They jokingly describe it as PvEVE, right? There are 2 warring sides, and you're a little guy, and these set pieces, they're not really set pieces. They, like, the AI will throw different units onto the battlefield every time. And then it will dynamically create the battles, right? Like, and so you have to sort of judge how the battle is going and how you can approach it. It's the Dark Souls of Foxhole-like genre. I'm gonna scream. But yeah, you go in, you loot, you scavenge, and you get out. EVE guest starring P. Exactly. Environment versus environment guest starring the player. It is interesting. I am very excited for this game. I have been excited for this game for like the last 2 weeks. There is no PvP. Like, PvP is not a thing in this game. It's co-op. Apparently, the devs, they're all... a lot of the people who worked on the game worked on AAA games. Like, they're AAA devs who just kind of broke off and said, now we want to do our own thing now. Is there a possibility of playing the beta with chat? Non-zero. Though, I also got some of ASTRALINE interested in this game. I am excited. It's more like Tarkov, yeah, but no players, no other players. Just, like, no enemy players. Only cooperative players. There is also an altruism mechanic, yes. If you get good loot, you can give it to lower level players. Yeah. Altruism mechanic. The most unique Left 4 Dead-like. Yes, it is very unique looking, and the visuals are very good. And they're doing a beta. The beta's coming at the end of the month, and I'm excited. And it came just in time for me to finish the script for the new Down the Rabbit Hole, too, so I can actually play it. I'm so excited. I want to get other ASTRALINE people in on it. I think that Mary would go in guns blazing. I don't think Mary would know what to do with this game, which is kind of funny. But I think that Nick would really get into it. I think Alfie would enjoy it. And I think that Lumi is just hyper competent. Lumi is just good at anything she decides to do. So, like, she'd do amazing. Yeah, Mont Blanc. There's a sort of voyeuristic aspect to this game. Mike, I think, would get frustrated at it, but like in a way that would compel him to keep playing. That's what I think. That's what I think Mike's interaction with this game would be. He'd get frustrated for a little bit, but that would just compel him to keep trying to get better. He would try it. I showed it to Junie. I did show this game to Junie, and Junie was like, "Oh my god." Oh, speaking of, I'm gonna message Junie about this. She is the person that I thought would be really into it. For winter beta at the end of the month. I am so pumped for this. You're having a precognitive vision of Mary seeing the giant corpse collector ladies and instantly running into their arms. Yeah. Yeah. He'd be like, "Booba! Booba!" and charge them. He'd be like, "Step on me! Mommy!" I gotta level with you guys. I love, my favorite part of all of this is the designs of the mechs and the way they move. Like, oh, they're so... Okay, where are they? Let's see. No. Through here. The architecture is also so good. Death by Snoo Snoo. Yep. Murder dudes. Just, like, the AI moving. Like, look at this. Look at that thing. It's so perfect. Esther, we are going to be getting to the reviews of classical literature in a minute. That is the next thing we're going to do, by the way. Okay. Here's the plan for the rest of the stream. For the next 2 hours, we are going to be reading reviews of classic literature. Specifically, the 1- and 2-star reviews. And I'll let you in. I'll let you in on a little secret. The first book that we're going to be looking at the reviews for is The Great Gatsby. Because some of those reviews are amazing. Hee. The Great Shatsby. What is the light supposed to be? That's stupid. It's very funny thinking back on The Great Gatsby and being very mystified by the green light in high school. And nowadays looking at it and being like, oh yeah, I get it. Like, yeah. Duh. It's... What it is it's just his longing. It's his longing for being recognized like old money is recognized. He wants in on the old boys club. He wants in the old boys club. It's his yearning. He is yearning for everything. Like, it's not so much that the light is green, it's just that it's across the water where the old money is. He basically says it in the text, Farah. Yeah, exactly. It is a physicalization of his desire for like wanting the old money. Like, why can't he have Daisy? Because Daisy is old money, and her parents only respect old money. Like, why is she with someone she doesn't love? Because old money is effectively an aristocracy. It is an effectively, it basically is an aristocracy.
The green light is seeing that your friend is online and wanting to ask them to hang out but not wanting to bother them.
I have done that with a friend recently. I've constantly been like, oh, I want to show her this. She would love this, but I don't want to bother her. And then I just messaged her recently, like it had been months. And I was like, nah, okay. Anyway, I think it's very funny looking back on that, being like, man, I was confused. I was confused. But now now it's so straightforward. Okay. By the way, Hans, I hope you haven't done that with me. You are welcome to message me whenever. It might just take me a minute to respond. I just have a lot going on. Okay. When we come back, we are going to be looking at the Goodreads reviews of classic literature. We are going to do the thing that we said we were going to do from the outset. But first, I'm going to make a cup of tea. So everyone, stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy. We'll be back in just a minute. Hello? Hi, owlets. I'm back. I have my tea. Hi. Oh, I scared you. Oh dear, was the music too quiet? Music probably was too quiet. Did not mean to create such a jarring juxtaposition. But hi. Hi. Hi, hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi. Okay. I have pianist hands? Thank you. It's a good thing Mike's not here, or else he would have said, Fred, you have penis hands. Thank goodness, really. Beta start. Oh, Junie responded. The beta starts on the 29th. In early and scope it out. I hope that my hands are sufficient. I have been told that I have very gentle hands. I am told that I have a soft touch. By who? By people I've touched. Must be from all the clicking. Would you believe that I am better with guns than I am with a bow and arrow? Okay. Let me just set everything up. Okay. We know you shot multiple guys. I might get into archery relatively soon, though. Let me think. Okay. Shall we begin? What I have done today... Well, not done. What I have for you today is Goodreads reviews for classic literature. Now, you might be familiar with literature having to read it in high school and middle school and maybe college, but there are some people who come away from those classes bitter. And then there are some people who want to feel more cultured and read these books, and they realize that they very much don't like them. But we are in an age where everyone gets to have their say, no matter how much they know about the subject. And this is how you get this. Everyone, did you know that despite its important place within the literary canon, The Great Gatsby is only 3.93 out of 5 stars. That is at least according to Goodreads. So, the interpretation of this is generally, The Great Gatsby is good, but it's not gonna blow you away. Solid. The response is, it's good, but, you know, not amazing. Correct. People have democratically decided that it is not the Great Gatsby, it is the Mid Gatsby. Now, let me go ahead and get my own bias out of the way. I really like The Great Gatsby. Its prose is beautiful, and its story is succinct and impactful, and it does a good job of dismantling this old idea that the important people are the aristocracy. Books used to be about the aristocracy. People would read about what the rich people did. And The Great Gatsby is a book about rich people, but it humanizes them. It examines the nature of that wealth. So it sort of represented a decent-sized leap in the way that we understand literature, right? These, like, what they are thinking about their money a lot, right? The differences and the similarities. It's not a book saying, oh, like, everyone is the same, no matter their income. It's like, no. Rich people think about money, and they think about the nature of that money. But most of all, it's a very human story. It's good. If you haven't read The Great Gatsby, I imagine a lot of you who are Americans were forced to read The Great Gatsby, but I would recommend giving it a second go. If it's been a long time and you don't know very much about it, would recommend it. It is beautiful. In fact, let me read the opening lines of The Great Gatsby. Let me take a look. Here we go. So here is just the opening couple of paragraphs, right? Like, let's just take a moment to appreciate it, right? In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. He didn't say any more, but we've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way, and I understood that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgments, a habit that has opened up many curious natures to me, and also made me the victim of not a few veteran bores. The abnormal mind is quick to detect and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person, and so it came about that in college I was unjustly accused of being a politician, because I was privy to the secret griefs of wild, unknown men. Most of the confidences were unsought. Frequently, I had feigned sleep, preoccupation, or a hostile levity when I realized by some unmistakable sign that an intimate revelation was quivering on the horizon. For the intimate revelations of young men, or at least the terms in which they express them, are usually plagiaristic and marred by obvious suppressions. Reserving judgments is a matter of infinite hope. I am still a little afraid of missing something if I forget that, as my father snobbishly suggested, and I snobbishly repeat, a sense of the fundamental decencies is parceled out unequally at birth. So, let's get one thing straight. This is very sarcastic writing. This is very, very sarcastic writing. Basically, it's the problems with being an open-minded person. It is very dry. Very dry. Like, dry wit, right? Like, this is sarcastic. This is witty. And he's poking fun, right? When he says, for those of you who maybe are less literary inclined, so the abnormal mind is quick to detect and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person. So basically what he's saying is that he is an open-minded person, and open-minded people frequently attract the attention of weirdos. That's what he's saying, in very diplomatic terms. And it has been a problem in the past. Describes this channel to a T. You can't just cluster bomb chat like that. Aw, thank you, Tradion. I'm glad I can share some of the things that I love and find interesting. And also, this line. A sense of the fundamental decencies is parceled out unequally at birth. This is slightly antiquated English, but not very. Like it's not super antiquated, right? Parceled out means divvied out, given out. And the fundamental decencies, as in common kindness, courtesy, right? Common courtesy. So what he's saying is, common courtesy is not given out equally, right? So he takes pride in the fact that he is decent to people, because a lot of people aren't. That's what he's saying. He is being very dry about it. The way he is saying it is just as important to his characterization as what he is saying, right? At once, he kind of has a superiority to himself, right? He says, I don't judge people, but man, most people are assholes. He says in his dry wit, right? He's kind of being a piece of shit here. Yeah, 3Jane. A lot of people who learn English as a second language learn slightly antiquated English as well. Yeah, Nerdwolf, we looked at the AI that dumbed down books and I was frustrated, right? Because if you were to try to summarize all of this, you would lose that subtext that this guy feels superior to other people because he is saying, oh, I am willing to listen to other people and I do not judge. He says in the same breath that he is judging everyone and placing himself above other people. That subtext would be lost. Like, come on. So this is witty writing, right? This is intelligent writing. And this is funny. I find this very funny, personally. I love this. I eat this up. And yes, and then, yeah, the next line. And, after boasting this way of my tolerance, I come to the admission that it has a limit. Conduct may be founded on the hard rock or the wet marshes, but after a certain point, I don't care what it's founded on. When I came back from the East last autumn, I felt that I wanted the world to be in uniform and at a sort of moral attention forever. I wanted no more riotous excursions with privileged glimpses into the human heart. Only Gatsby, the man who gives his name to this book, was exempt from my reaction. Gatsby, who represented everything for which I have an unaffected scorn. Right? This is very straightforward, to the point. Scorn. So he says he comes back, he doesn't want to deal with garbage. And the only person he's willing to suffer this kind of BS from is Gatsby. So, I have a question. What do you think a general person, how do you think a general person would respond to this? Yeah, exactly, Hans. Gatsby is so charismatic and so interesting that he said, you know what? You are everything that I despise. But, you know what? I'm still gonna hang out with you. So, I thought it would be fun to peruse some of the 1 and 2 star reviews. The 1-star reviews tend to be dismissive. Yeah, the language isn't difficult. I wouldn't say that The Great Gatsby is super difficult. Maybe a little antiquated. But if you read in any amount, then yeah. This is very interesting to me. Someone left a 1-star review. There is history. So immediately, upon looking at the 1-star reviews, the very first review is like seeing a crater from a detonated nuclear device. This struck me. After 6 years of these heated and polarized debates, I'm deleting the reviews that sparked them. Thanks for sharing your frustrations, joys, and insights with me, good readers. Happy reading. In love and good faith always, Savannah. In 2007, okay, so apparently, in 2001, Savannah left a review that created such a shitstorm that they deleted it. And these old arguments are gone. And I want to know, I look at this crater and I wonder, who lived here once? What sort of battle was had on these digital landscapes? But all that's left is a crater. Lost like tears in the rain. Then we get some more reviews. This one is one of my favorites that I saw when I was perusing. From Baba. The Great Gatsby. Gatsby. Fitzgerald's crowning achievement, the novel of the 1920s, and loved by every generation since. Well, actually, not so loved by me. So, not wishing to offend or come across as a heathen, I think this needs a rereading by me, but back in 2006 when I read this, I can still remember clearly thinking, what is all the fuss about? Some rich dude and his personal obsession with some chick? A look at decadence, idealism, and change, a portrait of the roaring 20s. I'm a like, so? 2 out of 12. I should note that this is a review of The Great Gatsby, written on a bathroom wall. Don't say the Rizlord Gatsby. Tim says, I'm supposed to love this book. It's a classic. It's the great American novel. As an English major, I'm supposed to just worship every sentence of the book and praise its brilliance. I don't like it, though. I really don't. In fact, I downright dislike this book. I hate every character in it. I hate the supposedly brilliant prose. I hate the supposedly clever symbolism. There is not a single thing in this damn book that I enjoy. But Tim, it's a metaphor for the American dream, and I get it. Of course I get it. The symbolism is so blatant, how could I not get it? Maybe I should reread it? How many times do I need to read it to enjoy it? I read it in high school, I read it in college twice, and read it again years later to give it one last shot. I'm done with it. May I never touch this blasted thing again. 1 out of 5 stars and a hatred that burns with the passion and fire of 1,000 stars. That's a cliche. 1 out of 5 review. Unless, of course, Gatsby is actually a Green Lantern who is staring off into that distant green light as a symbolism for his secret identity. He is also defeated by something yellow, a weakness of all Green Lanterns. Maybe when he's off at the party, he's actually off saving the world with superpowers. Brilliant. 5 out of 5 stars. No, it's not that fun. Back to the 1 out of 5. Would have been better if it was the Green Lantern. This is the kind of guy who goes to the movie theater, watches Marvel movies, and does that clap, the seal clap. He wanted to read a Deadpool novelization. Yeah. So, I was going to say, oh, maybe he's just making a joke that, like maybe this dude really isn't. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is, oh, this dude is a person who needs the keys jingled all the time, right? But then he said he couldn't help but slide his nerd knowledge in as a badge of pride. He is defeated by something yellow, a weakness of all Green Lanterns. I'm going to guess that this is true in the canon of Green Lantern. And he just really wanted to show off his nerd cred. Like, I know something better than the Great Gatsby. It is. Anyways, I'm gonna go watch Deadpool. His self-awareness is just hilarious. What are the lyrics? What's the line? Yeah. Deadpool's self-awareness, loving parents, harmless fun. The backlash to the thing that's just begun. He watched Inside from Bo Burnham and felt personally offended. Oh dear. Okay. I want to check this out. So they're just saying, The Great Gatsby is considered one of the greatest American novels of the 20th century. I don't care about its hype anymore. It blew my mind, but not in a prominent way. Jay Gatsby and Daisy love each other, but she married Tom because Jay was away for some time and broke. After 5 years, Gatsby returns with enormous property and wants Daisy in his life. Tom has an extramarital affair. Daisy knows but doesn't care. With the help of Daisy's cousin Nick, Gatsby rekindles his love. Now there are unnecessary details, out-of-the-line characters who are self-centered and egotistic. Everyone is dying and no one cares. Man, people in this are bad. I don't like them. I don't like the character. I feel like that there is a certain kind of person who will read a book and say like, oh, if I am going to enjoy a book, there have to be characters who are completely morally clean so I can enjoy them, right? I have to be rooting for someone in a book. I don't think that that is strictly necessary. It feels weird to say, man, everyone in this book just sucks. Because The Great Gatsby is an inherently voyeuristic book. The main character, the main character is Gatsby, but our narrator is very much a voyeur, looking in on Gatsby's life. This is a voyeuristic book. You're not necessarily trying to root for a hero. And I think that that's one thing that people tend to struggle with a lot of literature. The modern sensibility of a narrative is that there must be a main character for whom you are rooting. You want this character to get everything that you feel they deserve, and you are watching them struggle to get it, and you cheer if they get it, and you are sad if they don't get it. That's the thing. Narratives don't need that. And I think that this right here is an unintentional tell. There are unnecessary details, right? As though a narrative is only the plot. Because that is the way a lot of people read books. They think that a story is a plot, and that the words are just there to convey the plot. This is how you get people who believe they have $1 million idea, and if someone would just listen to them and write the words down the normal way, then it would be amazing and everyone would love it. Not realizing that the way you tell a story is vastly more important than the story itself. The summary of a plot of a book only gets you so far. The reason that people tend to get into genre is because of the themes that tend to be explored in that genre. Maybe they like something visual about it, but people who like cyberpunk tend to be people who enjoy issues around where your body ends and any addition begins, the separation of soma and psyche, the idea of a society that is only controlled by people with like pure self-interest and no real organization, right? They're interested in the themes that consistently get explored. But people who think they have the best $1 million idea, they will not consider narrative in that way. You don't have to like everything about a character. Characters can have flaws. In fact, there's an ancient word for fatal flaw, hamartia. I'm using that right? It's been a long time since I've used that word. Hamartia. Yes, a fatal flaw leading to a downfall of a tragic hero or heroine. Yeah. Hamartia. Characters can be flawed. Yes, The Great Gatsby is precise. So when someone says something like unnecessary details, that raises a red flag. It should raise a red flag in you. A detail... There is no such thing as an unnecessary detail because the work would be incomplete without it. There may be bad details, there may be too much detail, there may be detail that bloats, but unnecessary detail. Describing it that way is a red flag. You can say that work is bloated. I know that there's lots of literature I've read where I say it's good, but it's bloated. Yeah, The Great Gatsby is a short book. This book is only 200 pages long, but it gave me a severe headache. I will never recommend this book to anyone in my life. This book is horrible, annoying, and forces you to smash your head on the wall. Again, I want to go back. My family have been prominent, well-to-do people in this Middle Western city for 3 generations. The Carraways are something of a clan, and we have a tradition that we're descended from the Dukes of Buccleuch. But the actual founder of my line was my grandfather's brother, who came here in 51, sent a substitute to the Civil War, and started the wholesale hardware business that my father carries on today. Right? Why is he giving all this detail, right? The point is that he is giving his family account, right? He is saying this so that you will take him seriously. He's old money. Right? That is not unnecessary detail. Maybe it doesn't matter specifically what year his grandfather's brother came here, but there's purpose. There is very strong purpose to this. Lunar Ablaze, here's the good news. No one ever gets everything on their own or on their first reading. So don't worry, like Lunar, the best way to become a good reader is to read. Read and consider. Never feel like you are insufficient to read a book. Let me put it this way. Let's suppose someone comes to you and says, I have a wine that has been aged for 50 years and I would like to celebrate. Let's sit down together and sip this wine. And you respond to them and say, but I don't have the palate to appreciate this. And this person offering their wine responds to you, that's okay. I just would like to share it with you. And maybe I can show you some of the notes. Right? That's kind of what reading literature is like. You might not be able to appreciate every last little detail of it, but it's meant to be appreciated by everyone. Anyone can appreciate it. And maybe it's not for you, and that's fine. But it's always worth trying. Good literature for people who have not studied literature is like fine wine, and you do not have to be someone who has studied literature to enjoy good prose. Yeah, and form your own experiences. So please, don't ever be put off. Now, if you start reading something, and you decide that you are not enjoying it, or maybe the prose is not quite something that you can penetrate, I would say that if you're struggling with prose, then read it slow. You want to know something funny, everyone? I read very slowly. Very slowly. Getting my English degree was a nightmare because I had to spend so long reading. At least half again as long as most other people. And I'm still a slow reader. Doesn't stop me. If you need to read a line a couple of times, do it. It's fine. It's fine. I am giving you permission to read a line a few times, over and over again, to get it. The good part about that is that every time you do it, the better you get at it. I give you permission. Hey. Yeah, look up words. If you're reading a book and you don't know a word, guess how people learn words? By reading them or hearing them, then asking someone what they mean or looking them up. You have the internet. You can look up words you don't know. Then congratulations, you have expanded your vocabulary. Oh, I have read A Wizard of Earthsea. Dunwall's, yes, I quite liked it. That is how you expand your vocabulary. You read words you don't know and you look them up. I do it all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. So, I'm going to say the 1-star reviews tend to be kind of dismissive. Right? I didn't like the book. I found it bland and boring. It is a short novel with 9 chapters, and yet nothing much happened until the middle of chapter 7. Although it was simply written, it was hard to follow. Don't understand why it is considered one of the classic novels of the 20th century. I realize I am in the minority with my review. I did like the setting of the Roaring Twenties. I couldn't help but read this in the style of a 3rd grader. I didn't like the book. I found it bland and boring. It is a short novel with 9 chapters. I did like the setting. Like, she had to find something she liked, right? 11th grade. I can understand, like, a high schooler, you know, having to reread, having to read it for school and being like, I hate this. Although it's very funny when online reviewers say, there is a blatant warning at the bottom of my profile that says that I curse in my reviews and that some of my reviews may be taken as too harsh, so if you are easily offended, please don't read my reviews or send a friend request. Oh my god, I have deleted the review to prevent any further hate spamming from any user on Goodreads. This entire review has been hidden because of spoilers. And the spoiler is just, waste of space, rich loser, chases women, has champagne cocktails, dies. Not wrong.
Real.
He was so real for that, though? Thanks to the Pits Ender. Filled with many unnecessary details. It gives me a headache. It is so interesting that this book seemed to give so many people headaches. I think something that I realized is that the 2-star reviews tend to have some of the most interesting insights, right? Because if it's a 1-star review, then someone can just say, it was garbage. But you get a 2-star review. That means that someone found something worthwhile or engaged with it enough to say, this isn't complete trash. This, I found, in my perusing, was where the real gold was. There was one thing I really liked about The Great Gatsby. It was short. The only thing I got from this is that Nick is gay. 2.5 stars. $2.5 stars. I remember I saw this one. 2.5 stars. 1. Always Google who you are going to fall in love with, reserving judgments as a matter of infinite hope. So she's taking quotes from the book here and putting them next to her responses, I guess. 2. For the love of God, make a 401k. They had spent a year in France for no particular reason and then drifted here and there unrestfully wherever people played polo and were rich together. What a great line this is. Right? That's the raid message. All I got from this is that Nick is gay. That's a good raid message. That's going to be our raid message. 3. Never swallow a thesaurus. I was within and without simultaneously enchanted and repelled by the inexhaustible variety of life. This... What do you mean, thesaurus? This isn't thesaurus abuse. It's not thesaurus abuse. It's fine. This is a fine line. What? I don't understand the criticism. Yeah, thesaurus abuse. I have seen thesaurus abuse. This is fine. This is very plain. Inexhaustible is not a $3 word. No, you want to know what is a $3 word? Indefatigable. Unable to be fatigued. Which I used in my video, because I just like the word. That's a $3 word. Inexhaustible is a normal word. It's called diction. Indefatigable. Me when a sentence is more than 2 words. Jay Gatsby is rich, the kind of exorbitant rich that other rich people like to hang out with him, just so they can bask in his richness. This is such a fundamental misunderstanding of what is going on in The Great Gatsby. Like, it is wholly remarkable how a sentence can be so wrong. What book did she read? People aren't basking in his wealth. They're rich socialites. Going to parties and hanging out with other rich people is what they do with their free time. They're not basking in his wealth. Gatsby is putting on these parties to peacock his wealth so he can be like the other rich people. This is so basic. And I'm just like, I am mystified. He is also in love with one Daisy Buchanan, who's already married to one surly, cheating, and backstabbing man. Our narrator has front row seats to all the glitz, the glam, and the gore that circles around Jay Gatsby's chaotic life. Because whenever you throw that much money at something, cliche, front row seats. Glitz and glamour is also a cliche. She's stringing cliches together. Because whenever you throw that much money at something, another cliche, throwing money at something, you better be prepared for something to be thrown back. Overall, I like this one better the second time around. I'm a bit more familiar with the story, and I have more of a feel for the way Fitzgerald writes. I really enjoyed the character of Gatsby this time around, and loved Daisy a little bit less. Oh yeah, Daisy is a fundamentally frustrating character. But that's because Daisy's kind of an object in a lot of ways. The one thing I disliked in round 1, and have disliked every time I go through this novel, is the language. It just seems so over the top and flowery. I never saw this great uncle, but I'm supposed to look like him, with special reference to the rather hard-boiled painting that hangs in Father's office. I graduated from New Haven in 1915, just a quarter of a century after my father, and a little later I participated in that delayed Teutonic migration known as the Great War. Flowery? Let's just go through. It was dark now, and as we dipped under a little bridge, I put my arm around Jordan's golden shoulder and drew her toward me and asked her to dinner. Suddenly, I wasn't thinking of Daisy and Gatsby anymore, but of this clean, hard, limited person who dealt in universal skepticism and who leaned back jauntily just within the circle of my arm. Flowery? Flowery? What? The Great Gatsby is a lot of things, but flowery is not one of them. It is very plain. It has some great lines, but red line, flowery, no, that is not an Undertale character. I'm going to scream. But this, like, the prose is so straightforward. Flowery means uses words longer than 3 syllables occasionally. It is straightforward and direct. The Great Gatsby is very direct with its prose. I'm just mystified. What book did this woman read? It really just takes forever to say anything in this book, like this. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. What a great line. Right, this is a classic. This is something that you definitely spent, like, a portion of your time in English class on, right? Great, fresh metaphor. Look, if you're gonna, like, you can criticize The Great Gatsby. You can say, like, I don't like how he tended to just describe the action, right? I think that would be a valid criticism, right? Like, the action is so plain. Yeah, this is a very short sentence. And this, it was the kind of voice that the ear follows up and down, as if each speech is an arrangement of notes that will never be played again. And this, Gatsby turned out all right at the end. It is what preyed on Gatsby, what foul dust floated in the wake of his dreams that temporarily closed out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elations of men. What does this woman have against a metaphor? I like how she has her review just utterly littered with cliches. Glittered with cliches, and then proceeds to give her least favorite lines, which are all beautiful and fresh metaphor. I think this woman might just not like reading. I don't know what to tell you. These are great lines. You see, Taylor Swift hadn't invented metaphors yet, so she doesn't like them. If the metaphors were about the Green Lantern, then she would have loved the book. There we go, that's the problem. Let's see, let's skim through this. Okay, here we go. 2 stars. It's hard to really enjoy something if you don't feel any sympathy or empathy with the characters, not even mentioning that ever-present idea that we need to identify with characters too. I also found that this book wasn't particularly American or particularly 20s or particularly anything at all, really. It was just a kind of story with a kind of moral to it. What? What? The classic American novel. It's not that American. What is American to this person? One thing I will say about this, F. Scott is a wonderful writer. Okay. The words used and in which order, sometimes it felt like magic. I will agree with her on that point. Good writing can feel magical. I'll agree with her on that. That's fine. But just... What? Wasn't very 20s. What does this person think American is? I want to know what America means and what the 20s mean to this person. I am fascinated. Utterly fascinated. I think this person thinks that America is burgers and suburbs and guns. Yeah. Where are the guns? This isn't American. They may genuinely not know America has rich people. You might be right. Boring, boring, boring. Oh my god, wait a minute. Their profile picture is of, I assume, them jogging in a marathon. So I'm reading this like someone going on a jog. Boring, boring, boring. Started slow, got slower, speeded up a fraction, mercifully ended. Gotta pick up the pace. If the story hadn't been so short, I'd have given up before the end, as the tedium of turning the next page is sure to have overwhelmed me. Well, maybe I'm being a little harsh, but I didn't like it. Gotta pick up the pace. Gotta pick up the pace. Gotta break 440. 10. So, I like how this is written. Okay, this is written. Couldn't bother capitalizing the first letter of the sentence. Come on, come on. So, why exactly is this unimpressive piece of cheap melodrama still glorified and labeled as the great American novel? The only thing this is missing is an... Have you come across any negative reviews yet that I would say are valid? I feel like not yet. If I find a point that I agree with in any of these, or I find valid, I'll point them out. But I think that most negative comments are like missing the point. This was a book club read that I've not read for many, many years. It was of course assigned reading in both high school and college. I remember poring over all the various aspects of this book and picking it apart, like dissecting a frog. Now that I'm older, much older, this reading broked. This reading broked a whole new light on this book for me. And I'm sorry to say, I think this book is highly overrated. Oh yeah, this person's an author. I spot 2 misspellings in the 4 sentences? First 5 sentences, excuse me. This book was never a success. This book was never a success, either critically or via sales. No, Aqua Monster. See, I wouldn't be as critical if this person wasn't advertising themselves as an author. This book was never a success, either critically or via sales, when it was released, and I think that it actually is far from the great American novel. I think this is a case where years of reading into this book has made it seem more than it is. What? More? I don't... I'm trying to figure out, how does someone write? I hated the book discussion and kept silent through most of it, while I listened to a few pretentious. Again, like, if you're an author, come on, Robin. You're an author. This is not a, like, for an author, this shouldn't be a hard word. A hard work. A hard word. What is wrong with me? Now I can't speak. It's being reflected back at me. People spout verbatim. Verbatim. Costello, me too. VTubers are awful and disgusting. You know what's worse? The only thing I hate more than VTubers is English majors. Anyway, I listened to a few pretentious people spout verbatim the various things I learned when studying the book, trying to sound knowledgeable on what Fitzgerald meant by this or that or the other thing. The bottom line, Fitzgerald is dead, and I've not found credible sources for him as to what he meant. So I'm left with analyzing this book with my own intellect, and now that I'm old enough to think for myself and not concerned about the grade I will receive, I find this book coming up short. What has she written? One sec. I don't want to, like, put this woman on blast. Wait. Oh. Wait. Wait. Oh my god, you guys. This explains it. She's not the author. I'm the wife of author Misha J. Sullivan. I'm also his business manager, and as such, I handle much of the non-writing aspects of his career, including but not limited to coordination with agents, publicists, publishers, copy editors, beta readers, printers, cover designers, narrators, and the like. I'm also Michael's alpha reader, which means I get to read his stories before anyone else. So she's not the author, but the books are being posted under her account. That explains it. This is very frustrating to me. Okay. This is something that I feel like people learn very quickly. Authorial intent is much, much less important than most people want to give it credit for. What the author intended is much less important than what the work itself says. The work speaks for itself. The author can try to communicate ideas through it, but that doesn't mean that that communication is successful. It's the equivalent of pulling the trigger. No, aiming a gun at someone, pulling the trigger, it misfiring, and then saying, no, this is the part where you're supposed to fall down. Mort daughter, yup, death of the author. The work should work on its own. The intent is minor. She gave Atlas Shrugged a 5. JTV, welcome in. Everyone, could we give the chatter a quick check? But yeah, good to have you. Glad you showed up here. At random. We've got quite the crowd here. Oh my gosh. And Feline Entity, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We are currently doing something very peculiar. We are reading Goodreads reviews for classic literature. Specifically this time, we are looking at reviews for The Great Gatsby. 2-star reviews specifically right now. It is interesting. But welcome in, old sport. We have had some very interesting takes. I think the funniest part of this, the funniest review that I have found so far, is the person who said, I also found that this book wasn't particularly American or particularly 20s or particularly anything at all, really. She said of the great American novel. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Lunar Ablaze. Thank you very much. The Great Gatsby is considered the great American novel because it captured not only its time period of the 1920s, but also the general attitude of Americans around money, especially. America is a country very much about money. Right? Money is at the core of much of America. And it is considered the great American novel because of the way that it treats that that subject and that idea and the way that people interact with it. It's very good. If you haven't read The Great Gatsby, I'd recommend it. It's a short read. You can read it in an afternoon. Maybe a couple of afternoons. I read slowly, so it would take me a couple afternoons. But yes, that is what we are doing. We recently discovered someone who left a 2-star review on The Great Gatsby and is an author, but it turns out she's not the author. Her husband's the author. You don't have to... To be clear, I want to be very clear about something. Just because I like The Great Gatsby, and I think that it is very worthwhile, and that it is literarily relevant... Literarily? It's a relevant book, and the prose is good. That does not mean you have to like it. Right? Let's get one thing straight here. This can be a good book, right? Let's go back to the wine metaphor. I suggested, you don't have to appreciate. You don't have to like something, right? Let's suppose... Someone was saying that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to appreciate literature properly if they read it. My, Okay, anyway. If someone offers you a fine aged wine... Oh, thank you. Twink sneeze. Silence! That was a normal sneeze. Sniffer. Hey. Thank you for the sneeze pets. Someone can offer you a fine wine that has been aged for decades, and you can taste it and say, I don't think I like it. And if anyone says, you don't like it, you're wrong, they're wrong. I love tea. But that does not mean that everyone else has to like tea. It's the good stuff. You can recognize that something is good, that something is enjoyable, that there are good aspects to something and that other people like it, but that does not mean that you personally have to like it. Like, you don't have to taste a fine tea that has been aged for decades and is considered one of the best. You don't have to like it, right? There's plenty of media that I can accept is good that I just personally don't like. Yeah, cake is a good metaphor. Let me look. Like, let me look at my games that I've played. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Here are my regulars. Hold on. I have some multiplayer games that everyone loves that I just don't like. Let me see. I'm just looking at all my games. The thing is, I always find, like, redeeming qualities in a lot of... Oh! Everyone loved Helldivers, right? Everyone loved the original Helldivers. But I played it, and I just bounced off of it. I love Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is amazing. Love Helldivers 2. But the original Helldivers, I remember everyone saying, oh my god, it's so good. It's like Alien Swarm, but better. And my response was, I liked Alien Swarm better. I can appreciate that Helldivers is a fun game, is a good game, but it just didn't resonate with me. I didn't like the pace. I didn't like the feeling, right? Helldivers didn't feel like a good game. No, Farah, like, Outer Wilds is my favorite game of all time, but that doesn't mean it's going to resonate with you, right? Yeah, you don't have to like something. Not everything has to resonate with you. Maybe the themes don't work with you. Maybe you don't like the pace. Maybe, like, The Great Gatsby. I love The Great Gatsby, but that doesn't mean that you have to like it. And the fact that these people did not like The Great Gatsby is fine. That is normal. I am not arguing that these people shouldn't say that they didn't enjoy The Great Gatsby. But the thing is, when these people criticize The Great Gatsby, the criticisms are bonkers. We need to normalize people saying, I didn't like this. We need to normalize people just expressing their personal opinion. If you don't like something, that is perfectly valid. There is nothing wrong with that. If you bounced off of Outer Wilds, if you didn't resonate with it, fine. That's just fine. I think it's one of the best games ever made. But that doesn't mean that it's going to resonate with everyone. Yeah, you don't have to legitimize your dislike of something. I think what's interesting about these reviews is people try to say what is objectively wrong with the book, rather than saying, I didn't like the pacing, it felt too slow. I didn't like the prose. Right? There's no such... So, there is bad analysis, but there's no such thing as a wrong opinion. Here, right? Is it melodramatic? Yes. I think that this review is more valid in my mind, right? Because this is an expression, right? They say it's too melodramatic. Like, you can get the personal opinion, right? It's unimpressive to them. They think the melodrama is cheap. It feels cheap to them. And they just hated it. Like, that's reasonable criticism from their perspective. Do I agree with them saying that this should not be considered the great American novel? No. I think that they're projecting their opinion out onto other people. But I can get why they didn't like it. And that was one of the things I didn't like about The Great Gatsby when I read it in high school. It felt melodramatic. Didn't like the melodrama. Boring story about rich people problems which didn't resonate with you. And that is valid. If just on its face the struggles of rich people is an uninteresting concept to you, that is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Let's take a look at this. From Sarah. I feel like The Great Gatsby is essentially a series of awkward conversations followed by a series of awkward silences in the mansion of an ex-lover or the next-door neighbor. It rambles on, going off on a tangent for no reason, and all the characters are awful. Daisy is selfish and idiotic. Gatsby is a naive, creepy stalker. Tom is an insufferable, unfaithful misogynist. If this is an American classic, I think I'll stick to Jane Austen. I feel like with these reviews, the frustrating thing is always that you have to go digging to try to figure out what they're actually saying. Right? She forgot something. A lot of people, when they review a piece of literature or any piece of art that they don't like, they will tend to try to delegitimize it. And this comes in many forms. In this case, this person is delegitimizing the characters, saying that these characters are mean and spiteful and stupid, and therefore the book is bad. Right? If the characters were better people, then it would be a better book. That is the implication, even if they don't realize that that is their implication. And yes, Kratos, welcome in by the way. Yes, it is an accurate summation of the characters. But it is being presented as a way to delegitimize the book. Now, if she said, I found these characters to not be compelling because they were unlikable in these specific ways, that's fine. Right? There is a missing part of this. I found these characters unrelatable, and I felt uninvested in their interpersonal struggles. That is the sentence that is missing here. I did not find it compelling. Right? I found that the action, maybe it was a pacing problem here, right? Or just the concept of people talking with one another is uninteresting. That's fine. But that's not what she's saying here, is it? She is saying the book is bad because it has conversations in mansions and the characters are bad and mean. And that's why the book is bad. It is an attempt, when people dislike something, they will frequently attempt to give objective reasons for why the book is bad, and then they will try to defend that opinion based on, like, because they have built their opinion on a foundation of saying the book is fundamentally bad. Opinions like this can very quickly spiral out into arguments, and this is how you get flame wars. This is how you get flame wars online. Someone says that their personal taste is backed up by objective fact, and if you like it, then you are not acknowledging the objective facts, and therefore you are wrong. It is insanely frustrating to have to deal with people like that. And so that is why I am giving you all a bit of advice. When you dislike something, accept that that is your personal experience, not even opinion. Don't think about it as an opinion. Think about it as your experience. Because if you say it's your opinion, then that opinion is locked in forever, and then you start getting worried, and this is my experience too, you start getting worried about being inconsistent, because then if you say that later on you actually do like something and you change your opinion, well then you're a hypocrite. So you have to keep that opinion forever. No, just say your experience with it was bad. There are plenty of times that you can consume a piece of media in a bad headspace, and so you don't like it. Maybe it was a bad time in your life, or the setting was wrong, or like you missed something, or you weren't really paying attention to it. That's your experience. Just say your experience with it was bad. Orador, I hope that that is true. Your experience, okay. No matter what, right? Your opinion might be based on, fallacious ideas. But no matter what, your experience is real. In the same way that your emotions are real. If you feel something, right? People like to say facts don't care about your feelings. But the problem with that is that feelings are facts. It is a fact that you are feeling something. It is a fact that you are happy or comfortable or mad. Maybe you would think that the situation wouldn't call for that emotion, but that doesn't matter, right? The simple fact is that you feel a certain way. And that is independent of whether you should or not. Whether it's reasonable or not. I need to read Babel, by the way. It really seems up my alley. You can enjoy a flawed piece of media. This is a good review. Mr. Gatsby, come off it. Get a life. She simply isn't worth it. Yar? What does that mean? Yar. Slang. Oh, it's Hindi slang. That means buddy. Come on, buddy. It's Indian slang. So he's saying dude. She simply isn't worth it, dude. This is kind of a funny review. It is funny. Like, look, the point is that Gatsby can't let go of a woman. But I like reviews where someone treats a character like their buddy. Like, come on, man, she isn't worth it. He's like putting his arm around Gatsby. I like the idea that this person sees himself in the narrator's place. and says, man, if I were in his position, I would totally try to get him to drop Daisy. She's just arm candy. She's not worth it, bro. Let's see. Oh my god, hold on. There are 6 books I read in 2015, but never wrote a review for because my ass is lazy. The Great Gatsby is one of them. The plan was to reread all of these books and then write proper reviews. I have now come to terms with the fact that I hate Fitzgerald's sorry ass and won't be reading, let alone rereading, any of his works in the near and far future. Nonetheless, because I weirdly obsess over my book reviews. Okay, so this is the kind of review. This is an internet recipe style review, where the person feels it necessary to provide you with background for their review. You know when you go and look up recipes up on Google, and they always have like 5 paragraphs about like the person reminiscing about how they would drink lemonade on their mom's house's porch. This is like that. I read this for a review, and now I am writing the review, and I am obsessive. I just gotta write it. Exposition for the review, yeah. It's like, no, come on. It's okay. Fitzgerald is one of my most hated writers because this guy had the potential to become a fucking fave because his prose is just beautiful, but then messed everything up by consistently writing about nothing. Nothing at all. Like, I don't know how to break it to you, but nothing happens in his books. Take it from a gal who has read 4 of them. I kind of like his short stories because, like I said, the man can write, stylistically, aka he's good with words. He even reminds me of Oscar sometimes, and I can kind of bear with his non-existent plots in short stories because, well, they're short, but his novels, I cannot deal. It took me over 6 months to finish The Beautiful and the Damned. By the end of it, I didn't want to burn the book, I wanted to burn my own eyes out. That's how much displeasure that book brought upon me. It made me hate reading. So yeah, that's what Scotty does to you. And let's not even begin with his racist and sexist beliefs, which didn't just influence his personal life, but also his books. Yup, a lot of bullshit is spewed on these pages, so brace yourselves if you ever want to get into it. But yeah, let's talk Gatsby. Oh my god, how long is this? Oh my god. Wow. Okay, let me skim this. Linkara review. Okay. So wait, did she just like copy the Wikipedia article for a minute here? Fitzgerald died in 1940, believing himself to be a failure and his work forgotten. Not gonna lie, this is music to my ears, Lamau. Jesus Christ. Holy hell. That is rough. Yeesh. Let's see. So kind of saying, like, we're not focusing enough on black authors. So, like, she spends a couple of paragraphs talking about how this shouldn't be in curriculums, more black authors should be, and this book should be taken out. Which is an interesting opinion. Do I think that black authors aren't looked at enough in literature, especially important literature? Yeah, for sure. But, like, I think that her opinion is coloring her suggestion here. There are a lot of things I wish I learned in school more, right? I wish I learned more about Chinese history. Oh my god. Complete tangent. Complete tangent. But I learned something. Did you know? Did you all know that in Chinese mythology, there is a tiger with wings? There is a tiger with wings, and that's not, you know, that's a mythological creature. It's not as interesting. What makes it interesting is that, according to mythology, this lion with wings shat on the floor in heaven and pissed off the Jade Emperor so badly that the Jade Emperor deleted its butthole. And you know what? As a pet owner, there have been times where if I had the capability to seal up my pet's butthole, you know what? I would have considered it. He actually casted mend butt crack. Yes. On top of that, he said that the Jade Emperor made it so that this winged cat, this winged tiger without a butthole, could only eat gold and silver and jewels. So it became a symbol of fortune. Man, I wish I learned more about Chinese history in school. I want to learn about the Jade Emperor sealing up the butthole of a tiger with wings. Anyways. Also, there should probably be more black authors on the curriculum, at least when I was. That does feel like a weird blind spot, because it's such a huge part of American history. But anyway. And he was being such a fucking hypocrite because he longed to be rich himself, he longed for pleasure and not... So, who are you to preach, buddy? Oh my god, hold on a second. This woman is using the moral inconsistencies of Gatsby as a point against the book? This is so weird. This review seems like the moral variant of this book is objectively bad, so I can dislike it. Yes. Yeah. Did you know that the characters in this book are morally bad, and that means that the book is bad and the author is bad? This is a train wreck. What in the world? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tom is like, oh yeah, here's this. He's a xenophobe, right? And he's characterizing Tom as a xenophobe, and Tom is meant to be a profoundly unlikable character, right? So I don't wait. She talks about this. Wait, she just brings this up and doesn't. What? What? Ultimately, we should to take away from the Great Gatsby that wealth and power lie at the heart of the social structures and not a romanticized notion of the Roaring Twenties. Well, I never read The Great Gatsby as supporting the power structure. Did she say this is a book about rich people and therefore it's saying that rich people good? That's the point? Those within the towers want to maintain their positions. Did she just use this review to try to share her, like, political beliefs? Her social beliefs? Did she just soapbox? Did she just use a 2-star review of The Great Gatsby to soapbox? Are you kidding me? Oh dear. This is why authors are really scared to write like characters with morally reprehensible traits, is because people say, oh, the author wrote the character like this, therefore they support it. Oh my god. No, I just find it very funny, right? People do it on Twitter all the time. They scream into the void on Twitter. But I feel like, I don't know, the venue of a Goodreads review is just extremely amusing to me. I don't know why it's funnier than a Twitter post. Okay. They say, I'm an English teacher and I'm supposed to love and adore this book, but guess what? I don't. I find Fitzgerald to be a bit nauseating. I hate the protagonist, Nick, who really isn't much of a strong protagonist, so one could argue Gatsby is the protagonist, but he's pretty flat too. No. Okay. This is like reading... This is... Okay. There is a very similar device in The Great Gatsby as there is in Moby Dick. This is like saying, man, Ishmael sure was a boring character. But he was the one who was introduced first, so why wouldn't you introduce your protagonist first? That's just stupid. You weep for her students, I weep for her students. But literally, this is a book where nothing happens until the end. Black. You know what I think of The Great Gatsby? Black. This is the book where maybe 20% of my students think it's okay, and about 5% who love it, but the remaining claim it's these classics that really make them hate reading. I don't blame them. In high school, I would dislike it too. I'm an adult and dislike it, after reading it many times. Sure, I get the literary worth of the novel and how it's a metaphor for society at the time, the downfall of wealth and the robber baron era, wonderful. And I sure can appreciate it. But much like some people look at great works of art that cost thousands of dollars and go, ugh, that's ugly, that's how I feel about Gatsby. I get it. I appreciate it. I wouldn't pay for it. That's the thing, is The Great Gatsby isn't really... It's not just a period piece, it's about the differences between old money and new money in America, which is very present, right? Like, you have the old money, like, you have a comparison, right? Like, a lot of the tech industry is new money. And it is sort of at odds with the old money of the established government aristocracy. Now, everyone, this has been extremely amusing. I've been enjoying this with you guys. I think that we should keep doing this. We should find other good classic literature where we can look at the Goodreads reviews. I think that sounds like fun. I think we should keep doing this. What do you all think? Because we're actually coming up on 3:30 and we're going to raid into Nick for his debut. He has a model debut coming. in about 10 minutes. And we're going to raid into him when that happens. However, there is one thing. Do this for Moby Dick. Oh yeah, that'd be fun. There is, however, one more thing that I want to bring up before we have to leave and raid into Nick. There is a book that I thought would be fun to look at the reviews for. And I know that you all were thinking it too. Can any of you guess the book I was thinking of looking at the reviews for? Anyone? Any ideas? Someone got it. That's right. I wanted to look at the reviews for 1984. Now, I have some bad news for you, unfortunately. We are not going to be looking at the negative reviews for 1984 because they're actually really boring. They're all multi-paragraph long essays about the concept of the surveillance state and how important the book is. It's really dull. It's really boring, right? Like, we go to the 1-star reviews, it's just like, I want, like, aspects of simplicity. Like, it's about big, like, everyone's talking about the concepts behind it, but in very clumsy ways. And unfortunately, it does not make for good reading. It does not make for enjoyable reading. I know, it seems like the perfect thing, but look at this. It's a 1-star review that goes on for paragraphs, and yeah, get this book away from me. Why is this required reading? It's really generic. I prefer 1989. If you're like, worst novel in the world, and then like, I found myself despising the hero, yada yada yada. It's the most boring book I ever read. It's all just people being like, it's boring, or like having multiple paragraph long treatises about the concepts. It is not great. The 2-star reviews are even worse, because the 2-star reviews are the people who are like trying to actually engage with it in some way. So it's bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry. The reviews for 1984 blow. Kafka would be fun. Let me look at my bookshelf. I'm just like, I know I'm not, my face is not tracking right now, but I want to see. Dunk would be a good one. It would be really fun to read the reviews for Dune. You guys want to take a little peek at the reviews for Dune? Dune. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Way fewer bad reviews. Only 1% 1-star. I think it's because it's more niche. 60 pages in, and then I DNF'd. World building is literally shit in this book. I wanted to read this book just in case I accidentally bumped into Timothy or Zendaya, but I really tried being that bitch, but that bitch was not trying to be me. Horrible, unreadable, and should be illegal, but think about it, if this book was written by a woman, I just know I'd be able to actually read it cover to cover. Never again. This is insane. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We have got to read this. We have got to look at the Goodreads reviews for Doom. Just in case I ran into Timothy or Zendaya. We have to read these reviews. Have you read I'm probably going to make whoever reads this review angry, but oh well. Whenever I ask anyone what sci-fi novels I should read, they always say, "Have you read Dune?" And then their body is found 2 weeks later at the bottom of a lake. This book, space period. I don't usually come out and give such brutally negative reviews, but my god, if I ruled the world, I would ban this book for the sheer sake of how awful it is. What is this? We have a theme going on. I would ban this book. I would make this book illegal. People say Tolkien's prose was a struggle to read through, but at least his style of writing was intentionally made to be fashioned after an Arthurian epic. Frank Herbert just writes like a, hell, I don't even know what he writes like. You could put 1,000,000 monkeys in front of 1,000,000 typewriters and have them hammer keys until the end of time, and the monkey who wrote this would look at the abomination he had created and throw himself off a cliff. Frank Herbert didn't even have the shame to do that. Welcome in, Smush. The pacing, the characters, the overall plotline, the miraculous events that seem to happen at just the right time, the awful dialogue, and the Mary Sue that is Paul Atreides simply boggles the mind.
I hate this. It is revolting.
More?
Please.
I found Paul really, interesting. Would you call Paul a Mary Sue? I don't think I would. Paul definitely is the "you are a very special boy" type, right? Because he is a very special boy. He is literally the result of, millennia of breeding. He is the special boy. He's the chosen one. I wouldn't say Mary Sue, though. He is definitely designated main character. He is a badass, right? But he has had all this training. He has all these abilities. That's the point. Yeah, it's pulling apart the trope of "you are a special boy." It's bad. Special boy is bad. I exaggerated this review a lot more than was necessary for my own entertainment, but it's no lie that I had more fun writing this review than reading the book. Oh boy. My favorite memory of this book is when I was reading along, thoroughly hating everything, and then the book abruptly ended 50 pages before I was expecting it to, because it turns out the rest of it is all appendices. Oh yeah, there are a bunch of appendices. Definitions of words. Oh, welcome in, Nava Shield. We are definitely going to do this again. This is the first time that I've done this. I've been enjoying this. People write long negative reviews for Dune. Wow. Named Paul and Jessica. Still, I moved past that. I heard the book is good. Page 20 or so. Paul was obnoxious and sexist, and I got frustrated. Wait. Sexist? Wait, where was Paul sexist? Is it because he called the Bene Gesserit a hag or something? I mean, the Bene Gesserit are meddling. They are meddling. They are scheming. They are an interesting political force, right? Maybe you can make an argument that the Bene Gesserit as an institution are, a misogynist thing to write. I could see an argument being made for that, but they are a very powerful political force. All I got from this was that Fred is gay. That's going to be our raid message. All I got from this was that Nick is gay. I'm going to preemptively copy paste this. There you go. Just copy it for when the raid happens. We are currently waiting on Nick. Because, oh my god, his new model debut is coming. It's coming. It's coming. Mostly he just oscillated between continuing to be obnoxious and being some all-seeing, all-knowing dispenser of wisdom, and neither of those personas was particularly endearing. I never got this in... I don't know. Was Paul obnoxious to any of you? I feel like Paul was like a fine character. He was a good character. I don't know. I feel like Paul was an interesting character. He was the master of his destiny, right? He was trying to become... He's someone who's desperately trying to become the master of his destiny when everyone else is, like, imposing a destiny upon him. But then like, as he is trying to break out of that, he learns the rigidity of the future. To know the future is to be trapped by it. And he knows the future. So there's a... It's deconstruct. It's good. It's fucking good. He's the first man to have these abilities. There's this deep gender essentialism in something that should not have anything to do with gender at all. Yeah, the Bene Gesserit are trying to, like, breed a man that will act as a puppet emperor. I think that there's this idea that, like, Paul is this all-powerful being, and, like, he is the man who is going to lead... Like, Paul is not made as... He is a messiah only insofar as the Bene Gesserit want him to be seen as a messiah so that they can use him as the emperor that they can control. They want to make him a puppet. Anyways. This book also had approximately whatever male characters who I couldn't tell the difference between. Towards the end, there's some guy named Guernsey or something turned up, and supposedly he was Paul's friend from... Gurney Halleck! I know I'm a Dune nerd, but, like, this dude showed up, and apparently he was there at the beginning. Yeah, Gurney Halleck is awesome. Hi, Hina. We're looking at Goodreads reviews. Oh, hold on a second. It's beginning. Okay, everyone. We were killing time until Nick went live, but it is time. Nick is having his new model debut, the True .0. He is very excited for this model. He's gonna level with you guys. He was not feeling the old one, but he is very excited for this. Expect him to stream a lot more with this new one. So yes, I know that this is maybe slightly abrupt, but hi Hina. Hi Hina, it's good to see you. We're gonna raid into Nick because he's going to be showing off his new model. He's having his debut. So here we go. Everyone, thank you very much for hanging out. No stream tomorrow because I am going to be recording The Warrens with Ryan and Mike. But we'll be back Tuesday. That's the plan. Everyone, please look out for yourselves, and I will see you soon. Remember, here is our raid message. Hey, don't grab me. Don't touch me. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you soon. We didn't do art. Shit. Oh, we had Stay Super Freaky. I muted desktop audio. No. I'll do one for you. We'll do art next time. I knew I forgot something. I need like a checklist. Here, I'll give you a free Stay Super Freaky.
Stay super freaky. Have great vagina. I love ya.
There you go. Goodbye, everyone.